Euh, bonjour, bonsoir, bon matin. Euh, Putain, j'ai l'air ridicule. Je suis toute petite en fait sur l'écran. Enfin, je me vois petite. Euh, je vais légèrement juste vérifier. Ok. Ok. Du coup, aujourd'hui, Ace Attorney, je me suis habillée en sorte que voilà. J'ai déplacé la webcam pour que, comme ça, quand je regarde là, je vois le chat et aussi la cam. Du coup, maintenant, j'ai... Voilà. Euh, on voit un peu plus le derrière et bon, pas grave. Je... J'étais un peu gênée du fond de base que j'avais, mais bref, c'est pas grave. Euh, le flip que je fais comme ça, faut... J'ai mis un petit nœud pour éviter que ça me gêne de trop. Même s'il y a quand même ma frange et tout qui passe devant. Je vais juste faire un truc avant de commencer. Parce que je sais que je vais avoir chaud. On révèle les bras. J'ai mis une chemise exprès. Il y a aussi... J'ai un truc drôle à dire par rapport au nœud. C'est quand je l'ai fait tout à l'heure, je me suis dit, bon, j'allais juste mettre une chemise. Mais après, j'ai vu que j'avais des sortes de... Comment dire? Du tissu en plus. Voilà, je vais dire ça comme ça. Et je me suis dit, bon, en vrai, je peux faire un nœud pour rigoler. Et j'ai tellement serré que je me suis limite étranglée. Du coup, si je le retire à un moment, c'est normal. C'est que le truc m'a saoulé. Voilà. Je vérifie si tout est bon. Je crois que oui. Du coup, je peux y aller. Merde, j'allais prendre la manette de la Nintendo Switch. Qui dit Nintendo Switch, hein. Switch. Euh, je sais plus où j'en étais. J'aurais peut-être dû garder mon site d'aide. Bon bah c'est pas grave. C'est très bien ce que je vais dire. C'est très bien. Il est sexy, voilà, je suis désolée, mais il est hot. Ah, wait, faut que je fasse un truc. Parce que je savais que j'allais peut-être gêner le truc. Du coup, wait. Je vais déplacer deux trois trucs. J'ai pas envie de me mettre... Voilà, je me mets en haut. Et je vais déplacer là. Hop. Bon, c'est peut-être un peu mal cadré, mais c'est pas grave. Je voulais au moins qu'on voyait le texte. Parce que, voilà, déjà hier avec Genshin, c'était un peu galère. Et du coup, je vais me placer en haut. Euh, je pense je ferai des modifications vite fait des fois en stream comme ça parce que des fois c'est un peu relou. Je sais pas où me placer. Wait. En vrai, c'est le genre de truc que je devrais vérifier en off avant de commencer le stream, mais je suis en mode non. Je vais faire ça en stream. J'ai oublié comment je faisais sa voix, mais c'est pas grave. Witness your name and occupation. My name is, well, everyone call me People. People? C'est trop mignon comme nom. I drive an... I'm in a bus And, je suis désolée encore une fois si mes prononciations anglaises sont mauvaises, mais si je veux prononcer les trucs correctement, il faut que je relise plusieurs fois et ça serait relou de faire ça. Du coup, voilà, je tiens à me réexpliquer comme ça évite de me péter les couilles. Bruce Fairplay, I'm a banker in the city. My name is First Lady First. I am Hat Fogans. J'espère que je fais pas des mauvaises prononciations de merde. Ok, let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in ambitious and witness to the incident. It's all the much of it. Bruh, I can't say that, bruh. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Je sais pas comment faire la revoix, ça m'énerve. Je sais pas si mon micro il est... Ah putain, j'aurais dû vérifier, mais bon. Je pense que ça doit être bon, mais... Voilà, quoi. My God. Very well, then. Let's proceed to formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Okay, mister. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his gut. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did, couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Damn. An ambiguous testimony, I must say. On est marre. Je peux pas ne pas, genre, le mater en fait. Je peux pas, genre... Sérieusement? Genre... J'ai pas d'explication. Wait, merde. Chaque fois, faut que je... sache... Wait. Ah... Ok, c'est bon. Chaque fois, j'ai peur parce que... Ce qui m'est arrivé sur Bayonetta, ça m'a traumatisé. Genre le fait que pendant à peu près 40 minutes, j'avais plus le son de mon micro. Genre, je veux plus jamais que ça m'arrive. Parce que ça me fait trop peur maintenant. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus. C'est le transport. Et je trouve ça débile que ça s'appelle comme ça. Et j'en ai marre parce que c'est débile. Et je suis débile. Mon téléphone s'était activé, j'ai eu peur. J'ai activé mon téléphone juste pour regarder un truc, si j'avais de notification. Et j'avais oublié que j'étais sur YouTube. Je regardais des shorts. Et oui. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question if I may. Yes, Consul. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? You know what? Bitch. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could the two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. Je suis vraiment en train de bouger mes mains en même temps. Mais je parle avec mes mains. Du coup, je suis obligée de te regarder. That's quite true. That's true. How quaint. How quaint. Quaint? I'm sorry if I mispronounce your words, Van Zieks. I'll read the civil in the Eastern Island nation was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Mais ils ont parlé de carriage! The fuck? Well, no! Well, only arrived in London this morning. Bruh! No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of a crime, that is. What do you mean? Je vais un peu baisser le son parce que je sais pas si on m'entend correctement. Du coup voilà! Ah! What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved after all. Presumably, you understand that much? Yes, my lord. Yes? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Belief. Bring for the stricken omnibus. Je suis désolée pour les prononciations de merde. Oh, bah comment ils ont pu voir quand même? What? So that's an omnibus? The omnibus? I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in there. Great Britain's courtroom are amazing. You're getting your ass whooped, bro. Oh, on le voit de... Oh, c'est trop mignon. On le voit de derrière. Genre, ça... Oh, ses cheveux, ils sont trop stylés. C'est trop mignon. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Okay, my lord. Oh, c'est stylé. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and other 4 are on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner no, j'allais dire no, gnome. I'm a gnome, and you will know. Pardon. Je pensais à ça quand j'ai lu ça, putain, je suis nulle. Oh my god, putain, je mérite la mort. That's the best view of the city. Architecture and sight are to be had from the top of an omnibus. Mais il pleut beaucoup! And I should point out to our foreigner guests that there is a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seat above. Mais... Wait. Ah, a skylight? Oh! The penny drop at last, I see. The penny... Faut que j'arrête, putain! J'ai juste pensé à mon frère qui adorait dire ce mot. Those two gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats in the omnibus when the murder took place. Bruh. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfectly sense. Well, Consul, this is a first. In all... Il est bold. In all my years behind the bench, I never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. Pa, pa, pa. Non, la façon dont il a fait ça. I would like to submit to the omnibus itself as the evidence that is the prosecution wish. Il a remis ses cheveux. Il est plus bold. Very well. I see no reason why not. I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. J'ai foutu dans ma poche. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a self-examination, seeing as it's here. Oi! Let's continue with proceeding then. Your cross-examination, Consul. Hunter, c'est toi? Hunter, t'es lié à Von Zieks? Bref, j'arrive jamais à la prononciation. Pray don't expect this nipperness. Stray to understand the intricacy of British courts cross-examination writs. Fuck you! Fuck you! Alright, my first cross-examination in British court. Oh! J'aurais fait la même, mais j'ai pas envie de me frapper fort les joues. Focus, Ryu, focus. Ah, juste le fait qu'ils aient focus sur ses yeux. Genre. Bitch. Bitch, c'était hot. What the witness saw. Merde. Non, faut que je vérifie un truc sur ça. On voit à travers un peu. Il y a du sang à l'intérieur. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder is horrible. Our cam. Oh, wait. The seat has a handle, it seems. Il aurait pu se cacher. Hey, quelqu'un aurait pu se cacher à l'intérieur, hein? This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes to repair wheel blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his thing, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to show their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for all that purpose anyway. Oh, c'est bon, il dit la même chose. Nanana. Il parle pas du fait qu'il y a beaucoup de place quand même. Damn. Bon. Pourquoi on dirait la Tour Eiffel? Ah, that's a poster of a great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the central piece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Damn, bitch. It's quite large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof desk. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't open from inside the cabin at least. Putain, j'ai eu peur, je savais pas ce que c'était, je me suis dit, the fuck is that? Il y a ses règles, pardon. That's blood that's soaked into the seat of the victim, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof desk. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passenger like that? I wonder. Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Oh putain. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due. Ah. Bon, c'était la même chose. J'ai regardé ça. Hmm. You can clearly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there is a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. True, that's not good for us. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. What are you doing here, Phoenix? Ils ont fait exprès, ils sont obligés d'avoir fait exprès. En vrai, c'est mignon. Ah, j'ai l'impression que... So this is oh, you must have a wonderful view of London Street from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter night with the cold air rushing past them, and they have to pay money to do so. Ugh, I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that's the real price you pay to stay out late. Damn. Non mais... Ça me bute parce que... J'aurais aimé qu'ils disent un truc par rapport à ça. Phoenix Wright. Ok, mais il y a des lampes. Ouais, il y a des trucs. Je crois que j'ai tout regardé. Par contre, hey, passer par là, c'est chaud, hein. Je sais pas si moi je pourrais passer, hein, vu comment je suis large. Putain, faut serrer, hein. Bon, après, quand t'es assis, t'es bien, hein, quand t'es là. Là, ça... Pour moi, ça... Genre, si je devais m'asseoir sur le putain de toit, je m'assois là. Sur un bord, là ou là. Là, c'est horrible. T'es derrière le mec qui conduit. Pas une bonne place. Hold it! Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Yes, sir! Oh putain, c'est vrai qu'il y a le mécanisme de regarder les autres gens. Yes, sir, that's right. Sir. Yeah, that's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same port of the bus, of course, though. No. And there were no other passenger when the incident took place. No one. For example. Ça me bute parce qu'ils disent qu'il y a 8 places. Mais ils ont tous pris genre 2 sièges. Genre, ils se sont tous laissés la place. Parce que, genre, ils auraient pu être les 4 à l'intérieur. Mais au final, il y en a 2 qui sont montés en haut. Parce que, bah, ils voulaient peut-être pas être à côté des autres gens. Mais en vrai, le sacrifice que tu fais pour juste pas être à côté de quelqu'un, tu finis au froid en fait. C'est chaud. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passenger like that. No, none. Yeah. So nobody fled the scene of a crime then? I have to say, the boss inside on it running, he does every evening. That last bus of the day. Paresseuse. But I do wonder sometime if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything and only making 20 pence on the run, you see? I spent that much on the poop on the way home, just trying to warm up again. Aw, poor little dude. Hold it! And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top desk, the window right there at your feet is right there on your feet. There was a lamp inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But they're not that was Mr. Gilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mike Gilded is a gentleman of rather small status. Stay there. I could have mistaken him for anyone else. I couldn't have mistaken for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to halt, the only people inside the unclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Shoot. You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are you or are fair? Oh my god, or are fair? Drink hard working city banker, not considered trustworthy these days. Huh? Oh no, I didn't mean that. I just mean you're fucking dumbass. That's all. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in the little... my lord. Jury number 3. There was a meaning of this. My mind is made up, my lord, completely. And... made up. Made up about what? I don't like this cringe rich, never have. Huh? There's always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. Huh? The fuck? There's no point wasting time listening to any more. What? Hold it! This is what I was about to say. The fuck? Hey yo! What the? What is happening here? I'm getting fucked. Let me see. Ah yes. It seems that how the member of the jury give their verdict. With fire? Apparently, yes. With white for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their mind about the case. One by one, they each cast ball of fire into the grid. Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. That's very well. The court acknowledged the change in the jury's sentence. Damn, what the fuck? Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. True, my boy. This is a fucking nightmare. Hold it! He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof, weren't you? Yeah, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little John sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see? So I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was striking right out from his belly. That's huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more telling the truth. Yeah, they're suspicious. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Good grief! Yes, that is. That's it. The very one, sir. Damn. Is that? Yes, Consul. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly, like a. J'ai fait l'air steak. Mon amour pour la viande, putain de merde. Mon dieu. Bon. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly, like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Consul. It is, and furthermore, this cardboard is emblazoned with a certain initial letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or MacGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seemed this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. Objection, dude! Oh, qui a regardé sur le bureau, c'est trop mignon! But they are everywhere. Like, yes, like in Mason.
Objection.
Oh my god. So objection. That got me acted up, bruh. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. You don't know, bruh. Maybe his grandpa made him, gave it to him, something like that. You don't know. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belonged to the accused. Ugh. Ask him? I'm not conclusive, but certainly compelling console. Murder weapon. Okay, my lord, if you'll forgive me for the interruption. Jury number 2, go on. Gentlemen, I will show you. However, oh no. Not true. Wait! What are you about to dispose of the rubbish? No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like the... I have every word and today. Not again. That's 4 out of 6, do you remember? Only 2 left. I had it. Every time I press this witness for more, just make the situation worse. Nevertheless. Or just we need more. Uncover something that would give us a way to fight back, but alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witness's statement again. Hold it! What exactly did you see? Well, sir, that could be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor. He was... And by the passenger, obviously, you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And, then the other passenger had that knife in the hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously, you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? Oh no. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, junior number 5. Guilty coachman. I said to myself, oh my god! I read enough now. The horses. No, please, just skip. Oh my god. Oh my god. Too kind, sir. This is too kind, sir. Which now mean that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Please, ma'am. Please, ma'am. Please, ma'am, don't do it! Don't do it, ma'am! Madame Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? Nothing! No! Don't do it! Please, ma'am! Oh my god. You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know? Ma'am, don't do it, don't do it. Then pray tell me, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? I don't give a shit about this court, though. Well, dear, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit. Me. I always go to the park at around this time of the day and sit on the nice bench and get on with my knitting. Okay. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. Gilded Park it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city. You know, to put a smile on Londoners' face. He said, I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. I love you, Granny! Oh. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to... Damn. How many Londoners live with their head in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? Really is? What kind of man he is? A philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. Never said that. Je crois qu'il l'a dit en fait. But where did all that wealth come from? J'ai peur de ce qu'il va dire. J'ai peur de ce qu'il va dire. But your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Son of crows? McGilded lend money to at extortionate rate of interest, so his victim have no hope to repay him. C'est comme merde. Les Yakuza, les launch shark, là, les launch, je sais plus comment on dit exactement. When they default, he take possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculty haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madame. So has the thought that crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? Oh. Ha! You fucked up! Man, you fucked up! You fucked up! What possibly reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that? The victim, poor Brickerman, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financially liability. It will come as not surprised that his creditor was the accused, Magnus MacGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debt. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debt. And in the end, its pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the... J'ai du mal. By the merciless philanthropist pretender Magnus MacGilded. I don't believe it! If I might add something briefly, Mrs. Sutter, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. MacGilded? But where is the evidence to support your claim? The evidence that I fucking made this up! Oh mon dieu, j'ai pensé au mime de Raiden et du... Merde, du procureur... Non, pas du procureur, du truc, je sais plus comment il s'appelle, mais bref. Pourquoi il boit? Pourquoi il boit? C'est légal de faire ça? Pray forgiveness. The discordness of filling my loud chalice in a court of law. Aha! There it is! Lord Van Zieks, loud chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard that ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. Oh my god. Oh non, wait, il va y avoir des trucs sexistes? Je suis pas prête là. Je suis pas prête. Je suis pas prête. Wait. Huh? As a juridical assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. But a pity that your display of courage is in vain. What do you mean by that? This is the debtor ledger, which detail of... Je vais éternuer. Pardon. Oh la vache. Ah, je suis désolée. Sorti du cœur, ça par contre, je crois aussi. En passant. Oh la vache. Oof. Which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim name clearly recorded inside. Allow me to present this ledger as an evidence. And pray forgiveness for the... Ça me fait trop rire parce que ça me fait penser au mime comme Calice, c'était Je sais plus. Mais genre, ça me fait penser à ça, du coup. Putain, ça me bute. Oh my god. That's not... merde. That's not alcohol. That's the blood of my enemy that I drink every time someone is trying to interrupt my fucking evidences and facts. So please shut the fuck up. C'est ça qu'il veut dire à chaque fois. J'ai l'impression. Mais il dira jamais shut the fuck up, je pense. Putain, ça aurait été drôle. And pray forgiveness and discordant of raising my caddies in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. J'ai pas compris. A marvelous toast, Council. I will gladly accept this new evidence. The fuck they doing? Est-ce que je peux boire aussi? Je vais retirer de la vodka là. Bon, j'ai mon coca. Ah, yes. 20 victim and this accused made quite certain that he had Madame, well, it would seem I've had a little my eyes. Mais madame, this is Maurice. She was such a pretty little talk to. Oh no! No! Still. Don't do it, ma'am! Don't do it, ma'am! This is... Oh dear, do you really think it's a look inside? Isn't it about a great detective friend, perhaps? Actually, I wonder. Are you sure you will not find Mr. Sean's name inside? Et là, en gros, en rouge, Mr. Sholmes, Sherlock Sholmes. He is in there! Gosh, it's James from a gentleman name, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay? Fairplay? That means something to me. It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Fairplay. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that it's just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres trucs? Il n'y a pas spécialement, genre c'était juste les noms. Ok. Est-ce que je peux... Putain, j'aurais voulu qu'il y ait le nom de Sholmes. Still. Maybe it's all for the best. Ah, wait a minute. Let's think about it. Don't stand for nonsense. Yay! Yay! That was it. Pilas Junior's decision. According to the Encyclopedia of British law, when all members of a jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final on sentence. What it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There is a footnote though. Footnote? However, the defense... Oh shit. All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. J'ai cru qu'il allait yeet la bouteille. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and judicious decision. According to the law of this country, I will not conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote. However, defense. What did you say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. Will the guilty court proceeding deliver a final verdict? Then the footnote said, however, the defense has the right to demand a submission examination of the junior at this point. Do it! Do it! Objection! Submission examination? Objection! A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Huh? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years ago. Years old. My bad. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an prosecution a mention. Some no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What event is it, Mr. Sato? So-called submission examination? Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to pursue before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the member of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decision. And it says here that if successful, the proceeding of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decision? Yes, in time gone by. Barrister would use some summation examination to attempt to influence the jury decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit. Really, so each rather fell out of use. I wonder why? Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would ever assert his right to try in these days and age. I'll try to do it though. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked? What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated, je sais pas, pardon si je prononce mal, and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. True. True. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? A submission examination, or last possible option. Do we... Forget it! I don't care, I just want to go to Japan again. Ouh, là il a pas regardé, là c'est qu'il est sérieux, il est en mode... The defense wishes to assert its right to submission examination. Submission... My lord?
Objection!
Fuck you! London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. Fuck you. Is it still these days? I don't know. Oh mon dieu. Putain. Lui, faut pas le téléporter dans le futur. Hein. il va pleurer sinon. T'es en mode, bro, what the fuck is that? Mais t'es en mode, pourquoi il y a des femmes dans les courtrooms? C'est la première chose qui le choquerait. Pardon. Oh my god. We have a duty to the world to explain life the very highest standard of juridical procedure. Submission examination are an embarrassment that should remain buried. Objection. Go suck a dick, bruh. Ça va longtemps que j'avais pas dit quand même. But if it's alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. J'adore, j'arrête pas de bouger mes mains depuis tout à l'heure. Je pose ma manette sur mes jambes et je fais mes... The defenses perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the submission examination. This is madness. This is madness. This is... Foreman, are you and the remain of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not, well, there was no mention of this in the later received, you see, so all member of the jury will be asked to explain on what ground they have reached their decision. Oh, what ground? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe a defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is more... J'ai fait faire l'accent français pour la meuf. Genre en mode, this is more irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying law. Tap, 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 tap. That seemed to have to sure off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. A submission examination. A defense procedure. Shit. No practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. Might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it, then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby call upon you to settle the ground on which you find the Oh non, putain, j'en ai marre, j'arrête pas de bailler. Find the defense Magnus McGilded guilty of this most serious crime. Damn bitch. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so he has no have been, so to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fare totaling 20 pence. He stepped the chap next to him, just like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collected all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust me. Yeah, fares. You know, motto. We hadn't raised price above 4% for years. Okay, what? I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the juniors don't seem to have wonderfully fun argument though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get the 6 people to change their mind. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Naruto-san? Naruto? Mr. Naruto? According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh, I thought I was going to have the icy mine with some heartworm cream about the defense. Unfortunately, once the juror has decided the defendant is guilty, they didn't hit anything of his defense said. But then conclusion, but their own reasoning, you see, it sounds like excuse. In fact, you could on you the more you try to persuade them. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just, my precious love, Mr. Naruto. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Ah mon dieu! Bon, wait, je m'étire 2 secondes. J'ai besoin de m'étirer. Ah putain, ça m'a la pute. J'en pouvais plus. Ah. Je suis désolée de beaucoup bouger, mais je sais pas pourquoi je suis le genre de personne à beaucoup bouger. Genre. Well, from what I can understand, the keys to this procedure is using Virginia own words to make your argument. Ah, c'est genre ce qu'ils ont à dire. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected member of the public. They may appear to present the united front, but the truth is, they are completely strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says. and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statement and pit the corresponding juror against each other. I see, so it's contradiction in words or... Yeah, pardon! This is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradiction in their statements and pit Virginia against one another to break them down. Je vais leur péter leurs genoux. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. Oh, that's not right. Okay. I have to pull this off. We can start proceeding, Consul. I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and consistent rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Yes, me lord. Oh, oh. Pourquoi il est hot? Pourquoi il est... My man, he cute. Je sais pas le fonctionnement de ce truc en fait, c'est ça le problème. Genre, on me dit... Je vais peut-être chercher sur le internet. Parce qu'en fait, là, j'ai peur sur ce coup. Il y a mon micro qui arrête pas de bouger quand je tape sur mon ordi ce que je cherche. Faut pas que je fasse tomber, faut pas que je fasse tomber, faut pas que je le fasse tomber. Wouh! Hein? Est-ce que je peux avoir un site correct qui me permette de légèrement tricher? Please. J'aimerais bien, genre, un petit peu tricher. Yeah. Je vais chercher, j'en ai rien à foutre. Mais... J'en ai marre. Je veux juste un peu d'aide. Et au final, je suis en train de chercher tous les trucs possibles. Oh, wait! Wait, je crois que j'avais fait un truc. Je m'aime. Je m'aime. Je viens de me sauver la vie. Je viens de me rendre compte qu'en fait, j'avais mis le truc en favori. Oh shit. Je voulais pas faire ça. Aïe. Ok, wait. Carriage, probably my point, but for the examination. Yet, such as... perhaps that's something we could, work out together now. Now listen here, maybe you don't know. Because you're from further claims. Je voulais pas cliquer en fait! Oh dear, it doesn't appear... Oui, c'est bon. Putain de merde. Laissez-moi. Ok. Euh... Hmm. Là, c'est 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Je crois que c'est comme ça. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself and self. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I haven't you're talking about. Pardon, should be. So far. En fait, là actuellement, je sais pas ce que je fais. Hein. Je suis le truc, j'essaie de voir si c'est comme ça et après je vois. There were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Bebop, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And junior number 5 also told us the following. The fare, it's always 4%. But that doesn't matter at all. In fact, it leaves it. In fact... Why, man? Why? 4 passenger paying 4% each if you do multiplication. Ah! It would be 16 pence! Taxi, as I said, it doesn't matter if the figure are different. By 4%, in fact, 1% fail. Yes, in other words, that night, it's possible. There was another passenger. Nothing about. Good gracious. Damn! Mon petit cerveau, là, il avait canné, hein. J'étais en mode what the fuck am I doing? Mais là, je commence à comprendre un peu. Mais celui-là était quand même un peu évident. Je vais un peu déplacer mon micro 2 secondes. Voilà. The coachman of the guild are good, honest man, on one and all, trustworthiness in our watchword. The figure your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir. Pardon si j'arrête pas de toucher ce truc, mais c'est galère, je veux que ce soit... Voilà. Good sir. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious character ride his omnibus. Nani? Alright then, how do I make it so miserable trial doesn't end? Huh? Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of a scale. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement that... Wait till I get my hands on you, Bebop! Ha 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 ha! Alright, it's all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Damn. Thanks, miss. For the love of my... Not you as well! A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting statement in a financial matter. Damn. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witness again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. We did it! We can manage to change two more juniors' mind. Damn, ce serait cool. We can force the trial to continue. Two more, actually. There's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertion. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to bit two more. Exactly. You can do it. Damn. It's so cute. Cancel, you have to fire again, continue. Okay. Un, deux. Non, un. Wait.
Objection.
Okay. Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, cancel, post this all. Oh dear, me? I was only lighting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I asked you? We're heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, Junior number 3? What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defense stabbed the victim? What sort of mention was it? Ha! Want to test me? Do you? It was like this. Struck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay testimony, quite true. Now then, junior number 6? Oh, it's me, is it? Is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madame? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move! Took a look at these two jurors. Struck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. I never dare. They're stabbing in totally different direction. What? Missing my... What a medal. What this tells us is that there is a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh! But why? Why the... Dickens? J'espère que c'est comme ça que t'as dit parce que j'ai pensé à un autre mot et ça me saoule. Penser à un autre mot quand... Oh my god. J'espère que j'ai pas mal dit parce que j'ai... J'ai honte, bordel de merde. I know that yet, but what I do know is that if a trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. That's true. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen? In all good conscience? Conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't admit people telling lies. Granny, yay! You're my queen. But still, I don't believe it. Hold it. Wait. Now, hear this, my fellow juniors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him, in his black suit. He's clearly some sorcerer using magic on us all. But use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Damn, that's true. Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollection of the event? What of it? Let's say by Shylock did stab the victim of as he sat next to him on the omnibus, and his young dandy saw him do it. And now let's see the victim collapse on the floor and then Shylock stabbed him again. Well, let's do it. What? What to say? Like that? That's strange. What are you calling a dandy, sir? Why should I take this knife to you? I should take this knife to you. Why are you calling home? Why I should take this needle to you? Ugh, they're ready to kill each other now. Il est remonté son truc en mode... But, could the foreman of the jury be right? Did two witnesses see two different moments of the same? Je pense que c'est out of the question. Ouais, c'est bon, j'ai la preuve. C'est out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman, what is it? You dog Jinx, come on, out with it! What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You, do you realize that I'm only doing my job? As a foreman of the jury, I have responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. You're not in the right direction. So, Where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something I can, some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. This is the victim autopsy report. J'aime bien comment c'est trop mignon, il est trop petit comme ça. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Hey, only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Eh? Alright, I consider defeat. Yay! Yay! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leading to not guilty? We've done it, Mr. Narada! We won! We won! What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut up, you trap, sir! Shut your trap, sir! My bad. Shut. No one deceived me! But we had a... I said shut your trap! I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dare to cross the threshold of my shop, why is he licking that like that? Is he gay? Is he gay? Bro, are you gay? Ah, ça peut être tellement sexuel là, ce qu'il fait. I'll take this razor sharp blade and shave every last hair of of his head. Please let me, he's a barber. You want to go bald, bruh? Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense submission examination has flipped the balance of the scale of justice. The juror now stand at 2 for guilt and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among us, among the jury, for me to... And the trial must continue. Yay! Hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witness to return to their place. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Pursue the truth! So, Lord von Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Un deuxième, il va finir bourré. Qui va boire? Fais juste genre. Ah. Tout ça pour ça, tu viens de gâcher du vin. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine content of this allowed callus, it may seem crass to crunch it into dust. Pray forgiveness to the discordant to see. Lord Van Zieks? Is it cold in here or is it just me? Is it hot here or is it just me? Non, faut que j'arrête. As you antiquated, no doubt says the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored a deathly silence and listened to the shard. Okay, bruh. It seemed I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So let us proceed to the next round of the battle. J'ai vraiment attendu jusqu'à ce que ça s'arrête. Pourquoi je réagis comme ça? Parce que sa sculpture au niveau du torse va être montrée en permanence du coup. Et je vais juste mater. Genre le fait qu'il y ait sa cape, ça cachait. Et là, je vais juste regarder... Booba. Honkers. Bring forth the witness once more. Tu vas tirer sa cape, ça va juste me perturber. C'est normal qu'il ait... qu'il soit comme ça. Bizarrement, je veux voir son modèle 3D. Genre... Bizarrement, je veux aussi voir son boule. Putain, mais... Eh, ils ont créé des personnages masculins. Genre... Sur Ace Attorney, la trilogie, c'était surtout les meufs, j'avais l'impression. Qui me plaisaient quand même. Genre, il y avait quand même des mecs. Genre, Phoenix, je sais que je l'aime beaucoup, etc. Bon, je vais pas le mater de ouf. Mais je sais qu'il avait quand même des massifs honkers donkers. Pareil pour Hunter. Après, mais je sais qu'il y avait beaucoup de meufs sur la trilogie que j'aimais beaucoup. Par rapport à ce jeu. Là, c'est les mecs. Là, c'est vraiment les mecs. Mes yeux, ils sont juste... J'arrête de jouer à des jeux où il y a des hot men. Là, c'est pas possible. Déjà, Metal Gear, là, Raiden... Tous les Snake aussi. Sauf Liquid. Tous les mecs sauf Liquid. Le pire, c'est que Liquid, il a le physique... genre de littéralement ouais, voilà, mais juste parce qu'il a un caractère de merde et qu'il m'a traumatisé sur Phantom Pain, je peux pas je peux pas l'admirer, je ferme les yeux devant lui. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have. We have just had to endure. Yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course, I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. On dirait un perso de Yaoi. Est-ce qu'ils se sont encore inspirés de persos de Yaoi pour créer certains persos? Parce que lui, il a vraiment la gueule d'un bottom. You, sir, on the end, the coachman, I believe it's people? Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it's transpired that you, in your previous testimony, you were attempting to the presence of the fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are to bear that in mind, sir. Damn. Mio Dio. Dio! You thought that was Bibo, but this was me, Dio. J'ai mal fait le mime en plus. J'ai mal fait le mime. Oh god. It was I, Dio! Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. Putain, je suis concentrée sur le jeu, je fais quand même mes gestes. Et je dois dire que quand je joue de base, ça, je le fais jamais quand j'ai pas la cam. Mais là, depuis que j'ai la cam, je crois que mes mouvements de main, ils se sont dit, viens. Du coup, voilà. Bizarrement, je parle beaucoup avec les mains. Et j'ai encore mes cils qui me cassent les couilles. Hop. You will explain the various misgiving brought to our attention by the defense summation examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear. Well, for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on before he did, and then I saw that blood curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stab that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes. He stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. You think so now? And that's not what I asked for. Consul, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom thief passenger conjured into existence by learned Eastern friend never existed. A confusion as them from the coachman, slightly their coznage. People, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild fare, is 4% across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passenger by a penny? A fare? It's so cold and the last run of your day is almost half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm so sorry. You're a disgrace. Bibo is a disgrace. And you're a selfish action have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay... If I had to pay on the bus just last week. What? For passenger at 5 pence each is 20 pence. I've done 10 times already, but I just can't make welcome a difference. That figures. Well, it would appear that one of our aforementioned misgiving has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of the protected today. I see you intend to continue the polar games. Absolutely. J'adore la tête, il est en mode I'm shitting myself, bruh! But that's alright, I can still go! Putain, pardon, si je baille beaucoup. Je suis fatiguée, un peu. Par contre, il y a un truc, c'est que je pense que je vais faire une petite pause. Juste le temps que j'aille, je pense, me prendre un truc à manger, je pense. Non, non, quoique je vais un peu continuer. Tant que j'ai un peu de coca, je me dis je peux tenir. Only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but Il est trop mignon, Bipop. Wait, faut que je regarde un truc. Hop. Hop. Aïe, 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 aïe. J'ai mal. C'est chouette de s'asseoir sur un tabouret pendant longtemps. Mais j'ai que ça. Pour l'instant. Faudrait que je me prenne une chaise pour mon dos. À la place, je dois me tenir droite. Bon. Wait, il faut que je remette ma manche aussi en passant parce que... En fait, je peux mettre le truc, mais j'ai tellement des bras larges vers là. Du coup, Wait, je peux peut-être en fait le faire. Non. J'ai trop de muscles. Non, je rigole. Bon, en tout cas, faut que je remonte mes manches plus haut. Du coup, si on voit mes... Bah, dans tous les cas, on les a déjà vus parce que je portais des t-shirts à chaque fois, donc bon. Qu'est-ce que ça change? Ok. You think so? Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Il se chie dessus, lui. Lui, il en a marre de sa vie, et lui, il a trop peur. Enfin, il a trop froid. So, oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. Je regarde les autres. I suppose I might have, put the cart before the horse, maybe? What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horse when I heard a scream from the seat on the roof deck. Oh, I expected that was me, sir. I'm sorry. Quand il s'est tourné vers lui en mode I'm concerned about you. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was under the floor, and the knife was sticking out of its midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes? So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of... what happened, mister? Est-ce que je...
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Hey? Are you asking me to, me or telling me? Have something like that? No! Not a chance, not a fucking chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping. Peeping through the skylight on the top of the omnibus, that is. Peeping? Am I a respectable city banker? I'll have you know! And I know that I remember it as clear as a blurred day. Okay, bro. It was a great scene. I didn't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can't do that. Alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Okay, bruh. J'adore la façon dont il parle. Do you think I forget?
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soap might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, my Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar? Peculiar? What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly doesn't appear to be a seizable dark color stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Ah! In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. It's inconsistent. Yeah! But no! That can't be right! So you're the liar here, then? Yeah! That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said, was both hands. Il va le péter, il va se le taper dans la mâchoire et il va avoir super mal. Qu'il arrête. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Objectify. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both-handed. It was only one, but the fact remains. J'adore. 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 Je sais pas pourquoi j'adore son geste. A victim's blood was on the accused. Now, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there was a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker. For pity's sake, my words should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not a computer snide. Standing member of society. Don't get that. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruto, if we had some evidence that to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn to a veritable I have an evidence, yeah. Boo-doo-boo-boo-boo. My lord. Yes, Consul. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Furley had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that Okay, mister. Take that! This is a list of the debtor who owe money to Mac Gilded. Yes. A list of innocent victims. By the accused extortion. The point is, among the name of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Damn. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently in debt financially to be accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas? Je sais pas comment le prononcer. Désolée si j'arrive pas à le prononcer correctement. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? This document states that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment. All outstanding debts which were be annulled. They would cease to exist. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never, in fact, saw? Attempt to annul your debt of 20 to the defendant? Pardon. Yay! Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implication upon the future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. Ça, j'ai jamais entendu cette expression, mais waouh, j'en apprends toujours. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstated the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hand, both of them. And yet, only one of the defendant's glove, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying... I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir. on the assassin's hands? I think yes. I'm absolutely sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Bah du coup ça c'est pas je sais pas. It would appear that we are going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yeah. Mr. Naruto, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Yes! Woo! What the witness really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I said. Oui. Aïe. Je viens de me cogner. Putain, je voulais juste mettre ma jambe sur la chaise. Sur le tabouret plutôt. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. Assailant. I certainly and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Putain, j'ai mal. J'arrive pas à me placer correctement. Il me faut une chaise en particulier là. Faudra que je regarde. On m'en prend d'une vie. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not that testimony is about. Really not. Oh my god. Oh, il croise les bras. Putain, j'ai genre. Je savais qu'il y avait des hotmen. Mais lui. Voilà. C'est juste ses règles. Il a juste eu ses règles. Victim fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's account. In other words, there is no no significant change in the fact of the case. Slap that bitch? Very well. Your cross-examination, please consult. Cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Oh my god! Putain! Je fais que mater, c'est pas possible. Ah, le gant. Le gant. Hmm. Hmm. Hop. Merde. Je peux pas faire ça. C'est comme ça. Hold it! And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? En vrai, je me demande s'il y avait des... comment dire? Des... J'ai plus le mot! J'ai plus le mot des points morts. J'allais dire des dead places. One night, but the glass wasn't frost over because you put your fat ass on it. Oh. Oh yes, I remember. I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about the young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service. For pity's sake, that's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just stared at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down into the warm cabin below. But I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. Glaring. Il était en mode pas un tige, ces fils de pute. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin? Je pense P. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding the omnibus and witnessed the event of the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Isn't that right? That's right. Yes, that's right. Yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight for you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. Wait. Je vérifie un truc sur mon phone. J'ai trop de notifications, j'en ai marre. Laissez ça de côté. That at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection.
Enough. Comment je suis... Monsieur, servez-vous de mots lisibles anglais parce que là, je ne comprends pas. Enough. Hypothetical Mandarin. My Nipponese friend. You my friend. We can be more than that, bro. The prosecution demand that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Thanks again, Mr. Ooh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution demand. Well, that's why we have that. Je crois que c'est là. Je suis pas sûre. Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of the travel. Face each other, which means visible part of the cabin. Passenger. Drum here. Ah, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat sets retreat. In other words, if someone had been sitting in that seat, it's quite possible that this witness would have been unaware of it. Damn!
Objection.
Shut the fuck up! It's quite possible. Some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Impure with a prosecution rejoinder in the British court of law, evidence or is paramount. I cannot understand this country, and so that is unless you're able to put a name. It's dangerous. Can you, Mr. Narada? I honestly don't know. Bruh. I have an inkling. I don't know how to pronounce words. I'm so fucking sorry. Whoa. Well, understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. No, I'm not a fool. I'm gay. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lesson. J'ai appuyé sur auto sans le vouloir et j'avais pas vu. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the person occupying the seat was gay. My bad. Was Mr. Barok Van Zieks. Ah, par contre. Non, mais je le dis, ils ont des daddy vibes, j'ai peur. Putain, lui, il est plus vieux que Magnus et il est beaucoup plus frais que Magnus. Genre, ça me bute. Genre, Maël, Stronghorn, il est quand même beaucoup plus frais que lui. Et les autres qu'il y a là, en passant. Bon, lui, il a une tête de bébé bottom. Donc bon. Par contre, lui, voilà. Oh merde. Je les aime quand ils ont des putains de dead eyes. Je crois que j'arrête. Merde. J'ai pas de truc devant moi, du coup, je slap le vent. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof that fell to sea has to have been Mr. Magnus MacGilded. Mr. MacGilded? What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the same. That's the name of the defendant. Let me explain. Let me elaborate. Let me. Mister, we don't throw something alcoholic with alcoholic drink in the fire. You could burn the old place, you dumb bitch. Didn't your mom tell you that? Oh, she may be dead. Pardon. If I discredit this chamber by smashing my allowed callous, do forgive the discordness to say Lord Van Zieks. People talk of those tiny island nation in the far east of the as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the term advice. What are you trying to say, you nasty little hoe? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. What is it? When the body scene the scene unfold, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Witness attested to the fact in the very premises on which this case is built.
Objection.
But that premise may be wrong. What? What? Just looking. If a victim really was sitting beside Mr. MacGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can be reconciled in any way. What's inconsistently concerned? The defendant glows, my lord. Many. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to them, to the victim.
Objection.
Shut the fuck up. Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection.
The point is, even in the face of the irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their sentence. Stance. My bad. Yes, the testimony remained unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they certainly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim blood was on that passenger hand. Both of them.
Objection.
Shut the fuck up. And who was it? Third party? Who was this third party? My god. Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection.
Objection! The defense postulation is just that nothing more than conjecture. My god. C'est galère. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection.
But when elaborating on this testimony, Mr. Furman said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The top of their head were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both of Kent's were most certainly headed to tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular style of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Can you be sure? Because if they had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more examination. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. But didn't he sleep? Il avait pas dit qu'il avait dormi? He's right. There was another person traveling. No. Order! It's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. Gilded, to the stand. Well, that what you say, you say, Counsel. The prosecution object, my lord. On what grounds? As I suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there was some reason he unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no unducted ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. to testify or not? Je pense qu'il faudrait qu'il testify. The man is testimony. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. Yeah, évidemment. The defendant would like to call Mr. McGilden to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Oh yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilden has to say. Get the man out here, I say! J'adore! It would be better, utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run a thing at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Je suis sûre que c'est lui qui va être le truc à machiner en dernier, parce qu'au final tout le monde aura changé d'avis et lui sera en mode bon bah ok. Very well, the court will hear the defense testimony. Bailiff, show the defense on the stand at once. Yay! Yay! Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Yay! Da, 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 da. That proceeding by resumed. Mr. McGilden, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? J'aime pas sa tête. To be sure, I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desired to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the ambitious cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present. Back from the police. I was sleeping. Began, no. This is not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the question, please. The truth of the matter is I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what Mr. McGilden. Tell us what Mr. McGilden. The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Yeah, and that was me who helped the little Urchy get away after it all happened. You... What? Thomas... What the fuck are you saying? No, Magnus McGilden. That convenient excuse can save you now. I'm truly sorry. I am Lord Van Zieks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was, well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see? What? If the police had known that we on was there, I assume she'd done it. It's like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young heart and young mind are easily damaged, my lord. Damn, il a protégé quelqu'un? And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Well, the wreath thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since. Oh my god. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness statement to be disregarded by the court. Putain, il regarde en mode peasant. Je l'adore. You know, I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Il y a une putain de baby. Je vais peut-être... Wait. Faut que je la... 2 secondes. Je vais choper la baby. Je vais retirer ma cam. Là, c'est même pas une baby, c'est une guêpe. Ça me fait qu'elle peut me mordre, peut me piquer à tout moment, ça me fait peur. Ah shit! Ah! Ouais, c'est bon, je vais faire autrement. Ok. Hop. Ok, je suis désolée de m'être arrêtée comme ça. Mais j'en suis allergique. Du coup, j'ai pas trop envie que ça traîne à côté de moi. Surtout quand je suis concentrée à faire autre chose. J'ai peur qu'elle me pique ou qu'elle me morde. Je pense que c'est bon. Du coup, je suis désolée d'avoir dû faire ça directement. Voilà. In the urchin, isn't it? Isn't here in the courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceeding. What? Bang. Ah! Smoke! Ah! Fire! There's the fire! Look, someone's trying to get away. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruto! Cover your face! Bun-lipped. You're not even trying to... Injury recess. I'm sure defending... Option. He didn't even do anything. We were like, from the smoke. To each other, we had no idea what was happening. We know when the trial was suspended. Damn! contre, j'espère un jour je le verrai comme ça, l'autre. Est-ce que je vais pouvoir voir Mr. Van, je sais plus quoi? Mr. Naruto, I've managed to find out what happened. Mr. Sato? I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. Smoking grenade? It would sound like the sort of thing ninja use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? Police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl. Around 15, I heard. A young girl? Then could it be another passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thought exactly. So it wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. Gilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about. But he's not here. I think he was summoned to be prosecutor. To answer a question with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? Taking a huge risk, possibly betting herself. What's that? The 20 pence. The 20 pence. Huh? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Biko, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare 5 pence each. Of 20 pence actually. But similar from December, which means we'll seem to add up again. Ah, she's right, that is strange. Counsel, be definitely kindly proceed into the courtroom. Oh, thank you, officer. Straight away. Well, however she is, I imagine this young lady will be asked to be taken to testify now. I really can't imagine what she going to say, but it could. Okay. Soon enough, Mr. Sato. Damn. Yes. Yes. One p.m. Puis il est 13h. There's a young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look, she must have been the one who caused the before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zieks. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of a smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught and now occupied the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such a microtrauma? What is the meaning of this? deplorable behavior. If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is what this we lass here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night. So it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain in the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Damn. Il est en mode bruh moment. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Damn. On the night in question, I look the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then he gurgled a lantern and scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor as me feet, so I set him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? Coucou Akia! Yo yo yo! Oh shit. Comment tu vas? Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from. And bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hidden here, self-away. I remain somewhat, I confess, but from what I gather, night in question, this young girl was hidden, riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? It's exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the fifth passenger, my lord. Là, c'est le coup qu'il y a 6 personnes au final. Genre la gamine qui était cachée, un autre mec qui était sur le truc. Putain de merde. Et ben moi, ça va plutôt bien. Putain. J'ai mes cheveux qui en font des siennes, moi. Au final, ça a tout le temps été des meufs qui vont être incriminées, je viens de me rendre compte. Premier, ça a été une meuf. Deuxième, ça a été une meuf. Bah, en vrai, moi, pas trop, là, actuellement. Moi, ça va. Je me suis douchée tout à l'heure. Du coup, là, mon, mon petit corps est tranquille. Et actuellement, je crois pas qu'il fasse trop chaud chez moi. Du coup, ça va. Et c'est pour ça que j'arrive à supporter le fait que je porte une chemise. Sinon, j'aurais peut-être mis un t-shirt, encore une fois. Mais sinon, en vrai, j'ai quand même un peu chaud, hein, faut quand même se l'avouer. Mais voilà. Defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Von Zieks, il est en mode. Ok, t'inquiète. Et du coup, écris bien. Et profite bien de mon bon voice acting anglais. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded up. Non, putain, j'ai déjà lu tout ça, bruh. Hold it! And when you first go into the omnibus, were there any other passenger already on board? They were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. And that's why I look the backside as I did. This the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the backseat? By all means, this how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where I feel the most ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Putain, je suis en train de mourir. Ok, je suis désolée pour ça. Je fais tomber un truc de mon bureau. Donc, ça, c'était pas ma canette. Le truc, c'est que Van, je sais plus quoi, il a rien à dire depuis tout à l'heure. Hold it! Allow that? You say? And the scream? Ah, yeah, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like sound of someone falling to the ground, that sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed? Well, now you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me, and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but the fella on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but some moment you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seat above you on the roof deck, I presume? Not above me, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about this scream. No, I was too stunned by the despite sign before my eyes. Le mec qui est tombé au sol. There was a fella collapsed on the floor. I feared, so I set him up. You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across me. As I said, I could... Oh, faut que je bois plus. À l'aide. That I did, on the seat across from me. As I said, I could faintly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just laying on the floor now, wouldn't you? il fait une JoJo pause. Merde. Merde. Il y a une JoJo... Putain, il y a... Putain, merde. C'est quand I find that a little hard to believe. Ara. 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 Lord Van Zieks? Now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Il a un sourcil levé, on dirait... il est en mode... What do you mean by that? Well, now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at extreme rate of... Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I try somewhere at all possible to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heaven alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I had in mind to find out the why and wherefores first. The why then wherefores? Right. These were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example, wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream you say he heard at the same time. Some collapsing. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir. So I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, this queer thing... The whiskey... Putain, j'arrive pas à lire ce qu'il dit! Ah! Now, this queer thing... The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you will excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. Me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I've been sitting, I found there was a cubby hole. There was for storage. Mr. Narada, we can examine it ourselves, remember? I already saw it! Very good time to have it. We were around inside. That's when I found her. There was a child. Damn! You say she was hiding herself? Ah, yeah, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. Ugh, you're really overreacting this. Still, and I pulled her from under there and sat her on the seat opposite, so I could have... so the seat opposite. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. J'ai assise à côté d'un cadavre. Elle était légèrement traumatisée, mais vous inquiétez pas, elle n'a pas été à côté du mec qui... You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can only too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out who this urchin was, you see? And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, on a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. Foss, first, who was sitting on the roof desk seats. Right, you are again, I would say, sir. Phoenix Wright! Whoa! Looking down through the skylight, he must seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself, and the victim was in fact this girl, and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, I think everyone understand now, set at the back, carriage out of sight. Damn. Mais on sait toujours pas qui a tué qui. It is certainly possible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature and greatly confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman's overears, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events, as explained, are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, her cursed among large crowded living people of their purse, called a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief? Damn! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. D'accord. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? The girl! She's gone! Open your eyes. I'm over here! Gracious, how? The point in that little sidestep. I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, sleep up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the Gant. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? Putain, c'est dur de lire quand c'est comme ça. No, not at all. This is a court of law. Where... Seriously? Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day down where they keep four-wheel the drags. You know it, in it? I like the pink best. You're thinking in my direction again. Est-ce qu'il va s'en prendre un coup en vrai? So. So. You admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. They sound right, Les. You can tell them the truth now. C'est mignon. Alright, yeah. I just like the Irishman's... It's just like the Irishman said. Il est... Ah d'accord. C'est pour ça que j'arrivais pas à lire ce qu'il disait. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to... Il s'est passé des trucs fucked up, je pense, si elle galère autant à parler. Aïe aïe aïe. Je regarde juste. Faudrait que je réponde à un truc après sur Discord. Putain. Enfin, pas que j'oublie. So I snuck inside the carriage before they locked up the horse, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for the trouble that night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while I heard this long bang nearly jump out me skin. I did, and the screaming just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away of mine. J'ai du mal à lire ce qu'elle dit, c'est galère. Yes, he let you go. I failed to understand why you would let this street Hershey go, Mr. Gilded. Oh, it's simply itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for now. Which I have spoken is the under the seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just a large enough circumstance. Ah, yeah, but of course, I'm there because I packed myself on the seat for the duration. Ah, so you see, that's why I let that last bolt. I knew that if the police found her, I should done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Damn. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt in my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this is fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for doubting you, sir. Damn! Déjà? Il en reste plus qu'un. With calm, calculated reasoning, and I arrive clearly at the truth every time. Bruh, seriously? Let's go. Let's go. Stand alive. I'll seek member of the jury. Verdict of not guilty. Let's go. Naruto, Mr. Naruto. This is what I mean. It must mean what? That we're victorious. We're won? Or are you sure? Voilà. Je le savais. Oh putain! Je peux être une table? Oh mon dieu! Comment il a... Genre, il a drop, genre son pied, il est en mode... Je viens de me niquer en plus en frappant. Ah! J'ai merdé, je viens de me niquer! Oh putain, en plus mes cheveux. Mais le mec, genre, il drop sa putain de jambe en mode... Oh my god. C'était trop sexy en fait. Nani, 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 Nani. What a fine gentleman we have here. This really is a convenient example of one elemental flaw in British juridical practice. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotions rule the day. Emotions? The witness' latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole. She maybe left before you, Thomas. It's full of coachman belongings. It's noted in black and white reports. Good lord. Something with in order to corroborate his ideas. Unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order! Je savais qu'il allait dire. How could such a person affect and concern? Naturally, we must acknowledge the defiance of the however, I assure you, when this morning the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend, me, when the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it to find details as you... J'ai vu qu'il y avait des trucs. Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? So, go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this all be elaborate excused by the Zieks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? Oh shit! Ryu! Rinosuke! Under the scene. I didn't look, it was empty. It wasn't empty. Quand j'ai regardé, il l'était pas. Je vais re-regarder. Ah putain, j'ai pas vu le sang par terre là. Tout à l'heure, j'avais pas vu qu'il y avait autant de sang. That's blood, isn't it? It's something wrong? Oh, it's just... Well, this blood stain is obviously... It's obvious, that's all. And yet, Zieks has made no mention of it. Suppose that doesn't seem strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Okay. Wait! Tout à l'heure il était plein. Là pourquoi il est vide? Tout à l'heure il y avait des trucs. Tout à l'heure il y avait des trucs, j'en suis sûre à 100%. What the fuck? Je sais même pas quoi mettre. Genre, je sais même pas quoi répondre à la personne. Putain. Mais sur le coup, je sais pas quoi mettre. Je vais sauvegarder. Au cas où. Et je vais dire, c'était pas empty. Il y avait pas rien. As far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes? Are you sure, Consul? Be whist. Je suis désolée, mais je suis obligée de dire la vérité. What are you saying now? Are you dragged down? I thought you were on my side here. I'm just telling the fucking truth! What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something compromise his position? As the advocate from the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what fact do I do know as clearly and honest as possible. I'm not a fucking dumbass who says some weird stuff. So, interesting. This is not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. My memories is curious thing. I'm not... no, the court must consider the fact that their hole under the seat is empty as the devil's heart. So it is. Do you think perhaps it would be your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Fuck you! I'm not mistaken! I swear on my fucking best friend dead corpse I saw something. Why? Why do I feel like something is not right here? I should like a jury to weigh in on the matter, I think. That compartment is designed to be house equipment used to the maintenance or smooth running of the carriage. The guild rules state the omnibus should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certain wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. People, isn't that irresponsible? That money lending Fleerser and the picked purse are lying. Can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinker, nothing but coward. The most of them. What? Oh no. Of course, this is a trick. I'm fucked. Oh shit. Oh no. Quite so. I must concur here. Putain, il change d'avis comme il change de truc. Every time. Yes, but every time are different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scale of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriated. Thank you, Consul. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Consul, for the defendant being your questioning witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond... The Reaper of the Pearl. Let's see. Après, je pense, là, il doit se dire, j'ai mal jugé Naruhodo. Parce que j'aurais vraiment pu être en mode, non mais il y avait rien. Mais j'ai quand même continué à dire qu'il y avait quelque chose. Et c'était le cas. Et heureusement que j'ai pas menti parce que j'aurais été dans la merde, je pense. Hold the fucking it! So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not at all. Most days I push the cushion up with my head and look out the crack. Then I can have a venture at who gonna fiddle. I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can't have a look. The seat I get under. I see. Most of the time, a passenger from the same opposite. But for some reason that night, that Irishman pulled the whole journey right over my head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion. Speak out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in a small and dark place. As much as being friendly. Only place my house, so it's choice. Wait, does she just trick picking people pocket? Oh no. I like for some reason she's not letting on. So anyway, I was a bit scared, but okay. Okay. Ça il me fait peur par contre à côté. And when Mr. Gillen gone from my hiding place, I was scared, so I was out scared. Mr. Mason, yeah, and I was still bleeding. Then carrying a lunch of beds and then falling into me. How thoughtful for him. The blood and the rock bottle of her hand covered in blood. That must have been central so. After that, I believe you talked with Sensor. Wanted to know my name, what I was up. Something from me for Barson. Yes, Mr. Frank, no, I would presume. Okay, I would like, no. Irish said to me, get back under the seat, I'll see what you can get away later. I'll see him doors. Mason. What's this? It's evidence. Sure, yeah. What's the matter? Something bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. So, you couldn't see out the cabin at all? No. Ok. What the fuck? Pourquoi là il a réagi? Excuse me. Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Consul? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade comment meant something accurate to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking about something to yourself. Oh, no, no. It was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass, it is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. It was terrifying. So it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm scared of the dark now. I'm so scared of the dark now. Oh. Ça me fait rire parce qu'il y a Naruto, il a passé quand même du temps dans une armoire pendant quelques semaines et dormait dans le noir. Quoique après il pouvait se dire qu'il y avait son meilleur ami vers lui, du coup il avait pas de problème. Mais bon. Ah yeah, and I don't know about herself, but I find that the darkness seemed to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear something, did you heard something that night? Anything unusual noise, perhaps? No, not really. All I could hear was the Irish snoring. But Jabir, there's no need to tell the whole world of me, full buzz, you little scrum. Scrim. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a bit of new clue. Yes. What should we make of a statement? It's significant, I think, because it's significant. It's probably important. Wow, il a pas regardé en tapant, encore une fois. My lord! I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner working of the Eastern Mind Council, nevertheless. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will assume from please. What? A Superman? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, I won't work on me. That's right. And solve the judge, always a good move. Damn. So you were. J'en ai marre, j'arrête pas de parler de façon de merde. So you were standing to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hide yourself? Not exactly, no? Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to be stabbed with. I could just push the cushion up and have a puncher to see what was what. But then, when I saw this well getting up, I got me dead down. Didn't notice me. Mr. Mike sat on a seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah! would you Adam and Eve? No, so then I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there soon. Merci. But not likely. Even tourists stop. I never heard the door open, so I just stay put and listen. So I'm driving, speak to market, throwing like an old dog. He was. Damn! Inflation and jump from that. That doesn't add up! Miss Lestrade, what you have just told records is clearly at odds with the facts. Huh? At odds? Are you sure, man? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. Let's see, my my learned Nipponese friend is not as dim-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too. Damn. J'espère que j'irai boire un coup avec lui après. Hein. Console. I must insist that you claim with evidence or some party name. Yes, my lord. Now to record according to Miss Night. C'est vrai qu'il y a quelqu'un d'autre qui avait crié. Elle aurait dû entendre. Something else you should have heard. Show a person? Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate on a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Ah oui, le mec qui rentre. Putain. The very sound that person. Take that! You freaking hoe. Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of a victim. Damn! Order! Explain your reasoning, console. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in my plain sight. So you were at all intent and purpose alone in the Enigma's cabin this time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that was what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat, cushion. He was... for sure. From that... from what you heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on this onward journey. During which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Damn. No, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for. Was it waiting for this swollen to leave? In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! We know that the victim collapsed inside the... Oui, je viens de me rendre compte d'un truc. Ce serait pas fucked up si, genre, il a été tué en haut et qu'au final, ils ont ouvert la trappe et ils l'ont laissé tomber comme une grosse merde sur le sol. Wouldn't that be fucked up? Therefore, this illustrates statement what she did or did not. Ah. En vrai, ça serait drôle si c'était ça. Yes. This pretty thief statement was clearly floated. Petitive, my bad. J'ai lu pretty, je crois. Lord Van Zieks. Yes. He knew all too well that there was an enormous trade statement. Oh non, je sais pas comment faire son rire. Dashing. It would seem a word of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about, bro? Are you trying? You have demonstrated matter impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are untruth, nothing more. Damn. Damn, bruh. Anyway, it's impossible not to... Let's not forget that. Ah, la vieille, elle a un truc à dire. Oh shit! Oh! Ah! She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little bit just because she has some rather naughty way. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman? I don't want to judge the girl because she... I say I cannot... Oh my god! Bon ben... Shit! Mr. Naruto, that's five jury members leaning for guilty! No! Stop. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To be considerable trouble you have spread me. Il a bu! Il a bu! My god! Yes, very refreshing. Ça me rappelle le truc, le mime qui est en ce moment. C'est même pas un mime, genre c'est un truc, genre c'est un son, je pense pour les TikTok et les shorts sur YouTube et les bails comme ça. Et je vais pas essayer de m'expliquer, bref, ça m'a fait penser à un truc, mais bref. Yes, very refreshing. Ah! What are you playing? What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You useless Eastern Amadan? carnage is... Il peut arrêter de lécher sa putain de couteau, il peut... Tous les hommes on left. Mr. Narado, the way is going... I know, if we can find some new way to convince everyone Mr. McGilder is innocent, so the judge will be longer lost. I very much want to believe the words of the one of London most respected gentleman, but those of us in service know we must accept our truth. Oh putain! Oh putain! Le hold it! Il a direct sorti, il était en mode... Yes, the witness last statement seemed to have relieved a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light in the whole case. What are you saying? Come through! I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate your attempt to prorogue my... Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Carriage door was not opening a single time, as testified in the stand, and yet the victim body was finally tied with carriage. If this petty thief word are to believe, how do you explain the victim miraculously appearance inside the cabin of omnibus? There was only way. There was another entrance. There was another entrance. C'était le skylight. If the door wasn't open even once, the only explanation is that the victim entrance, the enclosed cabins, other way. I wonder what a new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other has only windows. Windows can be possibly open and short. There is no entrance in the cabin other than the door. Objections. That's not true, you dumbass. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes. Another way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, Consul. The defense will identify the location for the court. Okay. Here, my lord. Oh shit. Take that, you motherfucker. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. Putain, Say? Skylight?
Objection.
Fuck you. You ludicrous. Almost had me lost for words. However, The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your brain theory? I do have. Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thunder, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained. As the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man spring from the seat and a noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an annoying cry? In fact, good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was a moment that the victim made the entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection.
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? This is outrageous! That is simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passenger of the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, no one made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Made a humble fellow make a wee comment here. Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellas who were set on the roof that testify afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seemed to me, my lord, that this not much a case of them not saying, but... Aïe. J'adore sa pose. Genre, il est en mode... It's a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas be having something of reason not to mention what happened. Would you use not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of a jury? Ugh. Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two shams on the roof. You mean the one who stuck the knife in a man were... Ah! Damn. Hold it! Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blintered? Ah! What the fuck? What the fuck? Qu'est-ce qu'il fait avec son cul, là? Qu'est-ce qu'il fait avec son boule, le frérot? Genre, il est en train de twerker, mais genre... The twerk is not allowed in our courtroom! Your brother, he said, your brother. What are you, insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I'm going to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Philplay? You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker, and me, A very hungry hatter! Since someone like me could have stabbed that man in the gut, it's a disgrace. It's a... I protest in the strong possible terror. That's right, I protest too! J'adore le fait qu'il soit à côté, il veut te frapper. About you, you rotten... Damn. Order! This is not the time, witnesses! I will not permit this rotten invasion of the stand. Return to the outer room at once! But this is beyond reason, my lord! It's outrageous! It's very hurtful, you know? My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord von Zieks. It was the defense that instead this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witness without proof. Accused? I never intend to. It seems, young Nipponess, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. The hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passenger being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. J'ai rien dit-elle. In our British court of law, that's what is termed as a baseless accusation. Huh? I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. Ah, je viens de remarquer, mais la luminosité de ma cam, elle est vraiment pas ouf. Pas sur le coup. Merde! Je voulais pas me déplacer. Wait. Je vais tenter un truc pour qu'il y ait plus de lumière. Un peu plus. Comme là, il va se faire noir. Je pense que je vais laisser ça comme ça. On voit un peu mieux ma gueule. Comme ça. Hop! You can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid an eye on the fellow. I see, madame. Rubbish in our midst. Dispose it at once. Testify. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? Spectator in the public gallery are completely free. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. Frest. My lord. He's going. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think. Disprove. All I can do is keeping pushing forward. Pushing forward. Forward. We were the only two people up on the roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear on that. To that. If anything had happened, where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time. I tell you, we couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where would you proof? La tache de sang qui est au sol. I must say that one listening to this just so hard to imagine. Tire, any left of this, without another. Mais il y a une tache de sang énorme sur le sol. Ils l'ont pas vu, ces couillons. Oh my god. That's right, you see? We're innocent, I tell you! Although logically, of course, the argument falls down. If the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to an investigation by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealing. Ah! Well, I don't trust Cooper anymore. Then I trust the stinky rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really? So, why do I feel uneasy? Oh, yes, my lord. Damn. Ah! So, you had never met Mr. Please, I heard Mason before? Mason, je veux dire. No! Not once, never. Je regarde tout le monde. He never met the man before. He's dead. Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealing with the victim either. That's right, sir. I don't have much to do with brickmaker, perfectly honest, so... Okay? No, I imagine not. You see how many different ways I put this? Neither of us... Ah! Ah, il a quelque chose à dire. Il est en mode... Oh no. Excuse me, sir? Mr. Mike Gilden? Ah, yes, Consul? What can I be doing for you? Did the witness' last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection? Is that right now? I wonder. Huh? What are you insinuating now? Mr. Fairplay, that's been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe this fast approaching is not your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20... Greatness... Je sais même prononcer ce mot, ça m'énerve. C'est bon, l'argent. Argent. From me, sir. La thune, la moula. At unconsiderable rates of interest, you tricked me. It's extortion. Oh no. Is it a touch of... big... is it a sort of that might motivate a fella to pass his crime of another. Ah! He found the motive. Il a trouvé la raison. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? Well, what do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head. Is that one of your own creation? Is it? Oh, well, I'm just an apprentice. Apprentice. You understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walker through the door. A perfect fit, is it? Well, this very design. Customer like it, I tell you. Like. J'adore, putain, cette scène est juste ridicule. Customers, such as Churchford Mason. Ah! Wait. Oh, c'est vrai que c'est... Wait! Putain, il a raison! Il ressemble au chapeau qu'il a! Oh shit! There was a photographic trick. Oh my lord. Oh, this, you mean? I can't help thinking that poor fella had... What did you say? Ah! That's one of my hats! Ah, yeah, that's it. So, it would seem your brickmaker was a customer of yours. Ah? The sort of customer and waiter you could have had with... Oh no, sir, absolutely not, sir! Well, there was really nothing to add. It'd be right to say that two fellas here. Everyone's gonna... Ah, j'adore, mais j'adore sa pose! Ça me bute, j'adore sa pose, j'adore les petits mots de ça. Il Jojo pose. I rest my case. You little whistle. Ah! He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilder has been fighting his research, hasn't he? En vrai, il aurait pu se démerder tout seul, en vrai, pour se sauver le cul. Please, don't let my little interruption hold up the proceeding. Ah, Hat Hunter! Damn! J'adore.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute! My block is going to lose its rank with you in a minute! That's what he said! Shut the fuck up. Take a look for yourself. Go! You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course, a fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through. It's still... What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Some picturing, shall we? I was running. Oh putain, ma voix elle a fait bleh. Pardon. was riding the omnibus on another occasion when well, I broke wind loudly. So this is an expedition, Mr. Fuss. Oh, I just meant to say, oh, I tried to open his hand, you see? But I just my luck, I couldn't make it. It was terrible. You can be with me, sir. But as rude as I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh no, sir. Point is, the skylight can be opened. I try and try. Ah. Elle a un truc à dire. Ça me bute. Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Say it. Say it! Miss Lestrade! It opens. Huh? The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? Non, 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 me tire pas dessus, je t'en supplie. All them skylight open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, you can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags, and you coming up. It's not from. C'est bon, hein? Elle s'en bat les couilles. Anyway, I'm really scared when I left your broken voice to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't was like. I guess. What? Yeah, I catch skylight on top of the side. Skylight opens from the roof deck. Ils vont ouvrir. Ils vont l'ouvrir. GG, well played. GG. Merci la gosse. Merci. Merci la gosse. Merci. Merci la gosse. Ça me bute ce gosse. See? Order! 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 So, it appears that this street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Narada? This could be the clue we've been looking for. Bah, en vrai, j'en étais un peu conscience. Enfin, j'avais conscience de ça. Yes, my lord. Skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate it for myself. Yeah, but... Okay, yes. Ouais. Est-ce que... Est-ce que... Wait! S2. Someone like me. Y'a du sang! What is this? Look, just here! Look at this! That's without a question. It's blood! Joy, come in. Bruh! Il y avait du sang! Putain, j'ai bien fait de les regarder parce que... Putain, j'aurais pas vu sinon. Allez!
Objection.
Voilà. Il va aller se faire foutre. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today, in this very courtroom. What? That's yes, and possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, why didn't you? Proof. This courtroom. Damn. Consul, my lord. I believe everyone would. Blood stains on the top. Oh yeah.
Got it.
Got it. By Jupiter, is that blood? This blood stain proves two things. Firstly, when the accident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he was falling through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. Gilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Oh, damn. Order, order. En vrai, c'est drôle.
Hold it.
Oh. Ah, ok. Hold it. The blood could have spread up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. Ah. And let's keep in mind that the skylight catch can only be, and from the roof desk. Myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? There's no way to know for certain, is there? I mean, Why would you make a floor of the game between those two seats, Mr. Frost? Some friends, you see, you know, show a powerful joke from before. What? No! But, can't be, it's all lies! Hold it, my fellow jury members. I think we can agree that listen to me. I believe we can. Yes, sir. It's clearly to me. So they want to fall over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the kill carriage beings with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who have asked that delightful fun. Ouais, la preuve, c'est qu'elle a encore le fond guilty, hein. Et donc, 1, 2, 3.
Objection.
Sheesh! A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zieks? And a blood stain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. And it's never existed.
Objection.
What? What are you talking about? Blood. Objection. As commander, investigation of the omnibus, the officer involved. Carriage. Huh? So we can state with absolute certainty. Message. Oh shit! Et là, du coup, je peux pas savoir si c'est vrai ou c'est faux parce que j'avais pas regardé. Not until the trial began. But are you suggesting or standing was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And Wolf, this court has been in session. What? Mais comment c'est possible? What a pulver. I must say, I didn't expect such a crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Von Zieks. But I'm Magnus MacGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contribution to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the reaper of the ballet. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm aware of your involvement behind the scene in great many affairs of this nature. Very adept in getting your hands dirty. And now, case you involved, adept of the facts. Adept of facts? What does that even mean? Est-ce qu'il va m'expliquer I got on it, maybe nothing impossible. Impulsing crime. Okay. I toast your ability to come. Sorry, sir. Lord Van Ziek, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, Counsel? Ah? Oh, no! I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. Damn. The blood on the skylight doesn't exist, you say? But if use will all test your mind back, is it not true that has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put smear of blood in without a word and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, Counsel? It's true. Your neighbors has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session. My learned friend. Here to hearing your opinion on this matter in your own words. Et Akia. Putain, j'étais à fond sur mon truc. Re. Putain, c'est dingue. To hearing your opinion on the words. As you wish. But someone has tempted and is doing a trial asking me. I think it's... je sais pas si c'est possible. Parce que... Bon, en vrai, putain, sur le coup, c'est vrai. Ils ont raison. Bah, genre, il a raison. Ah ouais? Attends, tu vas y jouer? Ou tu vas les... Ou tu vas les regarder les animés comme il y en a? Non, parce qu'en vrai, ils sont grave bien. Moi, je dis, en vrai, c'est des jeux qui sont bien pour... bien cool à jouer et à faire. Après, t'as aussi mes rediffusions, hein, si tu veux. Je rigole. Mais en vrai, c'est cool d'y jouer, hein, genre vraiment. Ça te met dans une putain d'ambiance et enfin, c'est grave cool en fait. Et je conseille d'y jouer du coup. En vrai. Après, l'animé, genre, personnellement, je trouve le voice acting genre trop bien. Je suis une personne qui aime bien le voice acting en anglais parce que c'est drôle, mais je sais que Ace Attorney, en anglais, genre c'était... Ça m'a juste fait rire. Genre... Bon après, je dis pas que le voice acting jap c'est nul. Je respecte le voice acting japonais. Et j'aime bien regarder certains animés en japonais aussi. Mais certains animés en anglais, ça passe. Genre ça me fait rire. J'aime bien regarder. Comme Saiki. J'ai regardé aussi la version japonaise. J'aime bien la version japonaise aussi. Mais la version anglaise était plutôt drôle. Du coup, voilà. Faut pas cracher sur le voice acting anglais. C'est drôle. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defense as best as I can. But still, I thought there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defense did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Ah! Good gracious. Bah, en vrai, après, dans tous les cas, sache que si t'es bloqué à un endroit, t'as toujours des sites où t'as les solutions. C'est comme je fais, genre, je l'ai fait pour. Bah, je dis clairement, je l'ai fait. Parce qu'en vrai, il y a des fois, genre, c'est galère. Et puis en plus, c'est pas de l'anglais vraiment, genre. C'est pas de l'anglais actuel, c'est un peu de l'anglais d'époque. Du coup, c'est un peu galère de comprendre ce qu'ils disent des fois. Comme les phrases qu'ils disent des fois dans ce jeu, c'est horrible. Mais en vrai, tu regardes de temps en temps si t'es bloqué. Je te conseille si tu fais le. Mais celui-ci m'a surpris d'être en anglais aussi. Parce que de base, j'avais cru que c'était qu'ils avaient traduit en français. Hein. Au final, non. Mais il y a aussi un autre truc qui m'a surpris, c'est qu'il y a 2 jeux en un. Du coup, c'est pas fini. Quand j'aurai fini celui-là, il y en aura un autre. Good gracious. Explain yourself, Cancel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friends has no intention of running from this seat. I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. Bah, comme ça, t'auras un anglais parfait. Tu pourras aller au Royaume-Uni et faire ton meilleur speech anglais. Damn. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Bang. Damn. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Ah putain. Moi je dis, faut toujours essayer d'apprendre l'anglais. C'est un truc vraiment, genre, super important. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was falling into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. You're the only one! Putain, la pause. Oh my god. La pause de Naruto. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, yeah? You rotten, freakless gougeur. Freakless? Gougeur? You're supposed to be defending me. This is a plot.
Objection.
Whatever you think this is, it changed nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was created earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies in relation to the members, such as le truc qui est parti. To start with, the storage component, passenger seat. En vrai, je dois dire que qu'il y a des fois l'anglais, genre. Après, genre, il y a un truc que, genre, moi, j'ai un talent pour. C'est genre, même si la personne a un accent, genre vraiment abusé et qu'il y a des gens qui ont du mal à comprendre, j'arrive à comprendre. En général, si tu veux comprendre une personne qui a un certain accent, etc., faut juste écouter attentivement ce que la personne dit et après, si genre t'arrives à comprendre certains mots, c'est sûr. S'il y en a d'autres que tu comprends pas, ben enfin, voilà, c'est pas grave. Mais en général, faut juste bien écouter. Mais sinon, l'anglais en vrai, c'est simple. Faut juste, ben, un peu galérer, mais après ça va. Non mais il y a un truc, il y a un truc que j'adore, c'est que il y a un moment, j'étais avec une amie, on jouait à VRChat. Et on s'était mis dans un côté où on pouvait écouter tout le monde. Et euh, il y a du coup moi et ma pote, ben, j'écoutais les gens et je lui disais d'où ils venaient. Et du coup il y a un mec, euh, il parlait français, bah, il parlait anglais avec l'accent français, je l'entendais très bien. Et, et ma pote elle me fait comment t'as su qu'il était français? Je fais ben ça s'entend, ça s'entend. T'as déjà entendu des gens parler comme ça, genre t'as entendu un Britannique ou quelqu'un comme ça parler comme ça, genre les Français, ils ont un truc, c'est genre, ils arrivent pas à dire the. Ils disent the. Et genre, on cale rapidement le truc. Et du coup, c'est drôle. Non mais en vrai, je le dis, hein, plus tu regardes des trucs d'une certaine langue, par exemple, si tu as envie d'apprendre de l'espagnol, à force, si tu regardes des émissions ou des vidéos et tout, t'apprendras petit à petit. Bon, après, faut des sous-titres parce que sinon tu vas être en mode qu'est-ce qu'ils sont en train de dire? Du coup, voilà. Et petit à petit, tu peux retirer les sous-titres et tu comprendras petit à petit. Et ce sera un instinct. Comme moi, je sais que bah, comprendre l'anglais, c'est instinctif avec moi maintenant. Et il y a des fois, il y a des gens qui me demandent d'expliquer ce qu'une certaine phrase peut dire. Bah, traduire mot pour mot. Et moi, je suis en mode, je peux pas te traduire mot pour mot, mais je peux te traduire à peu près ce que ça veut dire. Mais des fois, c'est galère. Faut que je relise quand même, ou que je réécoute quelques fois de plus pour expliquer, parce que des fois, c'est galère. Les traductions. Mais la compréhension, moi, j'aime bien. When the police investigate the unused, this compartment was full of driver's items. The second we have thing. Small. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one is around for your claims. That's true. I was sure to have your shut. Currently, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with certainty if evidence is result or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who saw. Non mais par contre, je le dis, hein, Von Zix, il est juste... What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything unusual about this omnibus? My lord. Yes, consort. There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If if you dare betray me, you little maggot. Silence, Miss McGilded. The court awaits the defense clarification. This trial keeps swinging. Silent. Supposed to believe here. Putain, c'est dingue. Un chevresque, hein. Comme ça. Wait, je viens de remarquer un truc. Le sang est bien rouge, dis donc. Il est bien frais, j'ai l'impression. Par rapport à celui-là qui est sec. C'est bien rouge tout ça. Mais... If we consider consider that the victim fell through the skylight into the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find sign of blood where he landed. Akia! Oh no! Tu es ami avec Van je sais plus quoi là? But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, Counsel. Well said. Bizarrement, je le préfère à Hunter. Je préfère à Hunter. Genre, vraiment. Genre... Well said. Although, as advocate from the defense, one may say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether a very or whenever recruited by someone. Non mais oh, non, techniquement ils sont pas liés je crois parce que je suis allée quand même voir s'il y avait un truc qui les liait, mais non. Genre, Ryu, c'est le arrière, 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 grand-père probablement de Phoenix Wright. Il y a peut-être beaucoup plus de arrière qu'il ne fallait, mais j'ai voulu abuser. Et il y a un truc drôle. Faut que je le montre parce que c'est drôle. C'est le... C'est l'omnibus de Phoenix Wright. Je pense qu'il y a d'autres références comme peut-être ça, mais je sais pas. Peut-être là aussi. Mais ça me... Quand j'ai regardé, ça m'a juste fait rire. I feel confident to admit that there is at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Il va me respecter. Est-ce qu'il va me respecter, le frérot? Ah! This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. So I tell you, huh? memory, recollection, what people think they saw. It's all nonsense. Tout le long il criait, donc bon, voilà. Hein. Factor of code. Insane. Oh. Ah, voilà. Sure. No, it's from but good for nothing report. It's fun to present any decisive evidence at all. So the better of oh my lord. Il va se faire enculer, je pense. I was confused. The moment in time, a particular blood stain in question is very much an existence. As soon as you know existence. I regret to say that it would be appropriate to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zieks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. J'adore, il a une tête de blasé et ça me bute, je sais pas pourquoi. Est-ce que, genre, moi personnellement, j'espère que à la fin, je vais pouvoir parler à Van Zieks. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible. Shall proceed to my Merci. Echoes down first. What formality? Some moments would seem that Mr. will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. That's really the right outcome here. It is really alright. Listen, stay on, please. Yes, my lord. The defendants believe the defendant could be guilty. The defendant could be guilty. J'ai bien envie de le dire. As Mr. McGilded legal representative, I can't breathe. The air is stifling, but I'm the man's defense lawyer. There is only one thing I can say in this situation. J'aurais dû dire qu'il était. I believe the defendant, McGilded, to be innocent of the allegation brought against him. Thank you, Consul. I'm gonna get drunk tonight! Here's to you, my Nipponese friend, and the most abject close. Something I have yet to hear in the court of law. Other. As a lawyer, so it was a grand decision. J'aurais dû dire, said one of the nonetheless gentleman fella, should be proud of yourself. Here, troubles. Ah! The jump is then fella. What do you mean? That's right. Sure can't go on anymore. Closing statement there was for the more pour moi aussi. Je... Non mais oui. Je crois que j'aurais peut-être dû dire qu'il était guilty. J'aurais dû dire qu'il était. Um, I really don't know what to make this opinion with fake. Well, as I said, or Sharon Benson, I don't know something. I was sincerely ashamed of lovely men who are famous and lovely poor. Oh my god! No, the proceeding. Wait. I open. Let's try for the more. Because I'm constantly different. Non mais je suis perturbée. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce. Ah! But we still haven't determined if bloodstains is or not. We didn't know if they're a witness of telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zieks. My lord? Yes, and they with persecution for such a disgrace. Sincere paradise, my lord. But wait! Oh god, oh, I'm afraid. That's so unfair. I'm court hearing what? And the pleasures I have, favor, my dear father. I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me? And it's the time. Lord, man, my good man. Oh! Bizarrement, ça me rappelle un film. Je sais plus le nom du film. Mais c'est un mec qui il revit tous les jours la même chose. Et il se croit pour un détective. Mais je sais plus c'est quoi le nom du film. Et genre ils sont dans... Ben le truc c'est lié à un asile, ça je le sais. Mais je sais plus c'était quoi le nom du film. Mais du coup tu m'as fait penser à ça. I'll go ahead and try to change the law. Agnes, my gilded. Good grief, you're more to say to me, Abby? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. J'aurais dû dire qu'il était suspect. Faudrait que je regarde pour voir le nom. Mais je sais juste que genre... C'est genre... Bon, je vais un peu dire le début et pas la fin. C'est des détectives qui vont... qui vont en savoir plus sur, il me semble, la disparition d'une femme dans un asile. Et je sais plus c'est quoi exactement. C'est vrai, aussi. Putain, il me faut une bague rouge aussi pour faire ça et que ça fasse un clown. Not guilty. Putain. Il avait plus la gueule du mec sus au final à la fin. Damn, j'ai gagné. Putain, j'ai un peu le seum pour Lord. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. Should I be talking about? He's innocent. Putain, j'ai chaud. If the courtroom time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. Great Britain came to an upset. The defendant being found not guilty. A victory for us. Je suis désolée, my lord! Je suis désolée! Oh merde! Est-ce que je vais le voir? Ah, putain, j'ai peur. Est-ce qu'il va me dire un truc? J'ai peur. That certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes, it was. Your first ever trial of foreigner soil. And your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. To you, Mrs. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we don't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that is an honor to the defense. You carried out your duty to perfection. That you did. Mr. McGilded? And the girl is with him too. Well, it seemed that the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the Zieks enormous fireworks they do be letting off when their verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? I don't give a shit. I just wanted to know the truth. Yeah, definitely. I've heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Don't laugh at me, bruh. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there free, man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're straight talking, fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, it's water under the bridge. Je le dis, hein, il est malsain ce mec. Genre pour moi, genre il aurait dû quand même, il aurait dû être arrêté, mais genre pour d'autres raisons. There's only one thing that mattered to me. Oh? Yeah. They all say that I didn't do that odious and obstinate deed. Discreet. Is it not? Putain, je lui fais un accent... I suppose it is. Now, the fine fella of Scotland Yard can take matter in hand and sort out any wee detail. They'll see it for what it is. They get to the truth. I've absolutely faith in them, so I have after all. Good number of backside faith. It's not that funny. Really, it's not that funny. So then, as we agreed, 1,000. Oh! No, couldn't possibly accept that much. Be waste. You humble people, are you? You from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this, still, and all you deserved a reward. Mr. Magnus is ready, sir, to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? This summer and the night. Schedule. I must. Sorry? What expectation? We're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under... Putain, il aurait dû prendre la thune. En fait, le fait qu'il soit Jap, bah, en fait, c'est un truc vraiment japonais, le fait d'être... comment... Je sais même plus le mot en français, mais genre, d'être... de pas accepter quelque chose directement. C'est pareil pour quand on complimente quelqu'un, genre... comment dire... je sais que les Japonais en général, ils sont pas du genre à dire Yes, I'm a queen. Bon, c'est vrai que ça existe, mais genre, c'est dans la nature, entre guillemets, générale, à ce qui paraît. À ce qui paraît. Après, je ne sais pas. J'ai juste vu quelques trucs. Je vais pas dire que c'est vrai ou c'est faux. Freeman. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't no! Ah! No! No! Don't move! To say, get up. She really does take... Miss Lester, wouldn't you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I hate all grown-ups. Oh, there you are. Oh, elle est trop chiante. Pourquoi elle a dit comme ça? Elle a vraiment dit naughty. Oh merde. Naughty. Running off like that? Is this some kind of picnic? Now. And that's with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to shout it in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color. I thought to myself, do we have to shout it in smoke? What? At all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment. I was changing into a different universe, and she pinched it. Luckily, I filled it with telegraphic beacon. Je sais pas ce que c'est. What? I was no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly, for my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you're done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come on, come along then. Follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you wouldn't want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that... Damn. Elle est mignonne, j'aime bien. We'll be leaving now then. Bye! I'm sorry for all the fuse. Fuzz, my bad. Fuse, j'ai dit. She was a lively one. She was cute. Cute baby girl. Well, do you think perhaps we... to be... No. Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh! We aren't at the time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. Putain, c'est vrai, ils ont pas d'endroit pour... traveling cases are still... I need to spend some... in the tower. Like... Don't worry though, I have a plan. Please tell me you're not... Oh my god. I'm not sure about that. Elle veut vraiment qu'on dorme dehors, la bitch. Oh dear. Doesn't sound like... Oh là, les petites larmes aux yeux, c'est trop mignon. And so the trunk. Day in London, however. Yeah. Oh shit! Okay. Okay.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. This can't be.
Oh! Excuse me, what the fuck? Pourquoi il est aussi... Pardon? Est-ce que c'est normal d'être aussi sexy dans un jeu? Est-ce que c'est putain de normal? Je... Ah, bon ben, j'ai un papillon de nuit qui commence à s'éclater, à aller vers mon micro. Bon, ben j'espère qu'il va pas trop casser les couilles. Putain, mais c'est possible d'être aussi sexy? Genre, je déconne pas. Je vais un peu lancer le truc là. Et après, je verrai si je continue ou pas. Comme il se fait tard. Mais par contre, oh putain, mais il est méga sexy. Hein.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruto? No, not at all. It was an enormous also, wasn't it? The room was so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in a palace. They in the middle of the night. Enormous bed after time. I was going to waste a single inch of that space. Yeah, going from there. Ah, yes. Maybe it was this other night. Can only dream if normally. Damn. But we all. Find some unfortunate. Be careful. J'étais en train de lire dans ma tête, j'ai eu un blanc là. Je suis désolée. I'm not careful or inside and spin. Ah, scary place. Oh, good morning to you at this early hour. Yes. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Ballet yesterday. The sun is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid even. Yes, I believe you had very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practice. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. In accordance with your instruction, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruto performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already apprised of events. You conclude a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Ah! No longer you're a student from the Empire of Japan. You may, in cuff, claim to be a fully fledged predatory lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talented from such a remote eastern land. Damn. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm a lawyer now. Damn! Now, in view in your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it. Oh, it won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. Sure. I'm sure you don't send. Do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? Present in this call. Carry my judgment. Je pense j'aurais... Putain, en vrai, je regrette. Parce que je suis sûre qu'il a dit un truc de merde. Putain, je le déteste. Je savais qu'il était sus. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGill really was innocent? Mr. Naruto? Is it that I never managed to tell the truth? And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus passed away immediately following the trial. What the fuck? No. What? Mr. McGilded is dead? I have... Next thing I have to talk. Mr. What the fuck is happening? Really, I don't fucking know. What? Il est dead? Il a canné? Il a canné? Ok. Ok. Moi, je pense que je vais m'arrêter là. Parce que, voilà. Je vais pas continuer ça. Et comme il commence à se faire tard, en vrai, je me suis dit... Et que j'ai... Putain, j'ai toujours pas mangé, en fait. Et j'ai pas fait de pause pendant 5 heures. Du coup, en vrai, je pense je vais plutôt m'arrêter là. En plus, faut que j'aille boire et tout. Et rester en chemise tout le long, c'est chaud. Je le dis clairement. Genre, ça allait, mais... Là, c'est vrai qu'il commence à se faire chaud. Du coup, moi, je vais m'en aller. Merci encore d'avoir regardé. Je vais encore bouger mon putain de tabouret de mort, là. Merci d'avoir regardé. Et moi, je dis à un prochain stream. Et à très bientôt. Et n'hésitez pas à follow si vous êtes encore là. Et puis voilà. Passez pendant un stream aussi. Ça me ferait plaisir. Allez, moi je m'en vais. Bye bye, à très bientôt. Et puis voilà. J'ai que ça à dire. Ah! Bonne soirée et bye bye! Bye bye! Wouf!